I'd like to call to order the Bamberg County School District Board of Trustees meeting. Today is Monday, May 2nd. The time is 6:00 p.m. Board members, you have in front of you an agenda. We are on item number 2, which is approval of the agenda. You've had an opportunity to receive it and review it. What is the pleasure of the board with regards to approval of the agenda?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that the agenda be received as presented.
Second.
Okay, let me clarify. Are we approving the agenda or receiving it?
Received as
Approving it?
Approving the agenda as is
As is
presented.
presented. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor that the agenda be approved and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, if you're in favor of approval of the agenda, please signal by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the ayes have it and the motion carries. We are down now to item number 3, which is approval of the minutes from April 4th as well as April 18th of 2022. Board members, you've had an opportunity to receive and review both sets of the minutes from April 4th and April 18th of 2022. What is the pleasure of the board with regards to approval of these minutes?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the minutes as written if there are any
Okay,
corrections.
we have a motion on the floor that we approve the minutes as they've been written. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, if you're in favor of approval of both sets of minutes, please signal by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the ayes have it, and the minutes have been approved. We are now down to item number 4 on the agenda, which is school reports, and I will turn it over to Dr. Ray.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, board members, Dr. Brown. Just an overview highlighting the report for Denmark Old Elementary School. There is one update we do have in regards to confirmed COVID cases. We do have one staff member. We are excited about this week as this Teacher Appreciation Week. So we do have some activities planned for our teachers as well as including our staff as well as some gifts. So we're looking forward, and we did, have something today as far as juice and muffins for them this morning, and we have something for every day. So we do appreciate all of the hard work of our teachers as Teacher Appreciation, but also the other staff as well. But we're very proud of the work that our teachers do at Denmark Old Elementary. As you know, starting tomorrow, our 3rd grade students will start with PASS testing. Then the following week will be our 4th and 5th grade. On May the 18th, we will have a Discovery Jazz, which will be workshops for all grade levels. And then on May 20th, we're excited about a jazz concert that all of our students will participate in. With our pre-K and kindergarten parenting engagement session, the next one is planned for May the 19th. One thing I wanted to just point out, on the last session, which was April the 21st, the presenter from the State Department, she shared with the parents, and she also gave copies to our kindergarten and pre-K teacher, a document or a guide from the South Carolina Education Oversight Committee. And it's the Student Reading Success Activity Guide that the students can use at home with their parents. And it has the highlights of successful reading, such as phonics, phonemic awareness, comprehension, fluency, etc. And I did ask her if she could see about getting enough for every student. So we've been emailing back and forth, and she's contacted the South Carolina Education Oversight Committee just to see if we can have enough to send home with every student. And also, maybe lastly, will be the Original 6 Foundation, My First Library. This is something that is not new to our school, but we are excited about it. With the Original 6 Foundation, they provide, I believe it's a minimum of 10 books for every kindergarten student to take home to build up their home library. So that will take place on May the 20th. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I just have one question, Madam Chair. Okay.
Yes.
Is there an exact time for the kindergarten graduation?
I'll have to let you know the time, we haven't finalized it yet.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Ray? No? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have, will it be Dr. Johnson or Dr. Simmons for Dr. Johnson for Denmark-Oler Middle School? Dr. Johnson?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Greetings from Bamberg Middle School. We have a total enrollment of 134 students. No COVID cases, that's for staff and students. Our students are still excited about our Bamberg Middle School Out of This World Initiative program awarding good behavior. On May 2nd through the 6th, we have a Teacher Appreciation Week. May the 10th, SE Readiness Reading Test, which will be the writing. May the 11th, we have SE Ready ELA in reading. May the 12th is SE Ready Math. May the 13th is SE Pass Science, and the science test is for 6th graders only. May 13th, SE Ready Makeup Testing. Also, we have the summer credit recovery for middle school, June the 6th through June the 23rd, and that will be from Monday through Thursday.
Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Ray? No? What will be the time for the summer credit recovery? You said Monday through Thursday, what time?
8 to 1.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Dr. Simmons with Denmark-Oler High School.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Superintendent, thank you so much for the opportunity to come. Good evening to each of you.
Good evening.
Awesome weather we're having outside.
Yes.
In South Carolina, Bamberg County. But I want to just share a few highlights with you with regard to Denmark-Oler High School. Our current enrollment is 192. COVID cases, we had one staff member as of Wednesday, April 27th, to test positive for COVID, and 4 students. All have since tested negative and have returned to school or work. So we're out of the darkness with regard to COVID this week. As it relates to the month of May and the various events that we have going on, as our colleagues once mentioned, we have our teacher appreciation going on this week, and because we're all in one building, basically, we're sharing some of the same practices, some of the same breakfast ideas, lunch ideas, gifts, and things of that nature. We're doing some of the same things across the board. I would hate for my staff to get something so much better than the elementary staff. Keep it safe and just do the same thing. That's where we are for this week. Senior exams begin next week. That's May 9th and 10th, 2 days of testing. And then the senior credit recovery begins on the 11th. And basically what happens with credit recovery, when we have students who have maybe not met the mark for a class, they're afforded an opportunity to go back and maybe redo an assignment or do additional assignments in hopes of boosting their grades so that they might be able to earn credit for a particular course. And that will start on May 11th for all of our seniors. In the course exams, and that will be for all the students who are not seniors, they'll be taking courses or exams in English language arts, algebra, biology, and U.S. history, and that will be from May 11th through May 12th. Final exams, as far as kids who are taking just various courses, that will be May 23rd through May 24th. That's for all students who are taking a class that requires a final exam. We have what's called a senior walkthrough event. And basically what we do is afford all of our seniors an opportunity to don themselves with their cap and gown, and they get an opportunity to march through the halls of the middle school and the elementary school in hopes of encouraging our younger kids to look at some kids that they know who have reached a certain plateau. And we pray that that's encouragement for our kids to see some of their friends who are getting ready to go across the stage all donned in their cap and gown. The end of the quarter is May 31st. I'm sure there are a lot of students who are looking forward to that last day of school, because that's what it is, the end of the quarter. And then our summer credit recovery, as Dr. Johnson mentioned earlier, will be from June 6th through June 23rd, and the hours will be from 8 to 1, and that's basically Monday through Thursday. And you also should have had a document attached that I gave you earlier that captures a couple of the senior events.
Great.
there any questions? So,
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
are you on a block schedule?
yes, ma'am, we are, 4x4 block. Just a regular 4x4 block, not an AD. So kids don't stay in class every day.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am, you're quite welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Simmons.
Yes, ma'am, you're welcome.
Next up, we have Dr. Evans with Richard Carroll Elementary.
Hello.
Good evening.
Okay, so our current enrollment remains at 642. We've had some come in and some leave, but it stayed the same as far as the number goes since last month. Currently, we don't have any COVID cases, staff or students. Since we met last month, we've had 39 discipline incidents placed into Power School. We have a lot of stuff going on this month at RCES. Some of this I missed putting on the agenda that I heard when they were giving their reports that prompted me to add, so I'm going to give you a couple of those. We actually have a field trip this Thursday for kindergarten. They're going to be city. We have completed all map testing. We completed our state-required text-dependent analysis test last Thursday for grades 3 through 6, and we have about 28 students who need to make up testing. You can see I placed in the agenda or the report the dates of testing. Basically, for the next 3 weeks, we'll be testing just about every single day. The main days are Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but we'll be doing makeup testing on Mondays and Fridays as needed. This week, of course, is Teacher Appreciation Week. We do have a lot of things planned for our teachers. We're doing something every day. Today we did We Bake, thanks to Miss Miller. I saw her and she was doing We Bake, and I jumped onto that idea and they loved it. Tomorrow morning, we're doing breakfast biscuits, and then First Baptist Church is giving the teachers some gifts on Wednesday. We're doing Nacho Average Teacher on Thursday. We're going to have a Cinco de Mayo taco nacho bar, and then Friday, we're doing lunch Chick-fil-A boxes. So they're getting a little something every day. They seem to like food better than they do a gift, so we're feeding them. And then for our upcoming events, we have field day. It says Friday, May 13th, but after I sent the report in, 4th through 6th grade teachers came to me and they wanted to move theirs. So it will still be on May 13th for the lower grades, but the upper grades have decided they would like to push that till the afternoon of May 20th because of testing. They don't want students to get too excited in the middle of testing, so we have made that adjustment just for grades 4 through 6. Also, on May 20th is our Gap Dance Tour. I haven't seen that yet. That's going to be something new to me, but apparently the local dance company comes around and does a performance for all the students at the school. We also, like Denmark Kohler Elementary, have My First Library event on May 20th. That will be that afternoon at 1:30. Also sponsored by the O6 Foundation. And then each of our grade levels are doing their own awards day because they wanted to be able to invite as many parents as they could. I believe I gave y'all that schedule last month. But it's also posted on the school website. They're every day, all different times, based on the needs of the grade level. And then we also have summer reading camp coming up, June 6th through the 30th, and it's Monday through Thursday all day, from 7:30 to 2:30. So we got a lot of stuff going on.
All right, yeah,
Any
you do.
questions?
Any questions? No? Thank you so much. Now, next we have Denise Miller with Bamberg Earhart Middle School.
Greetings, everyone.
Greetings.
We're having a big time at BEMS. I've given you your report, and so you see there's just some routine things on the report. So I just wanted to highlight some of the more exciting things that are happening. I'm very excited for us to have our spring fling on May the 20th. This is the first time that we've been able to do that since COVID. And we're going to have that spring fling. It's themed a garden affair. And it's going to be on our patio from 8 to 10. You're invited if you'd like to attend with a bunch of 13 and 14-year-old children. It's Teacher Appreciation Week. I want to thank First Baptist Church of Bamberg for blessing our teachers today with energy drinks. They were very energized this afternoon. And then our students and staff have been working on an altruism goal. under the leadership of Mr. Joel Gladfelter, and that's called Goals for Goats. And so what we wanted to do was help women in third world countries become independent business owners. And we purchased about 6 goats for them, and they're going to be able to sell their milk, their cheese, offspring, and help support their family. Hopefully, we'll be lifting some people out of abject poverty. And then the last thing I wanted to point out to you is Miss Charlotte Schlamp. 2 things for her. I put some pictures on your report. She is experimenting and piloting our virtual reality program through goggles. And this day I visited the class. They were able to go into situations like a volcano. They were able to go into the body and see food digest. And you should have seen them just reaching out as they were working through that. And then Ms. Schlamp also wrote a grant that was funded through Donors Choose, and she purchased classroom equipment, and she also remembered her fellow staff members, and she bought each one of them a terabyte hard drive to back up their computer.
Oh, wow.
So very proud of BEMS.
Great. All right. Does anyone have any questions? No?
Thank
Great,
you.
thank you so much. And next up, we have Denny Ulmer with Bamberg Earhart High School.
Sound like Rice Krispies walking up this snap, cracking me. Hope y'all are having a great afternoon. Couple highlights from the past month. Currently, our enrollment is sitting at 333. Seems like every day I have people trying to enroll in school. I don't know whether they're running from truancy or what, but they're trying to enroll every single day. Currently, we have 0 positive cases of COVID. I was able to check off the prom on April the 8th. We got that behind us. It was a success. We had a great turnout. Our map testing for the spring is done. We had a beta club induction on April 26th at the high school. The last day for our seniors will be May the 20th. Last day for underclassmen will be May 27th. Senior Awards Day will be held on May 25th at the gym at 9 a.m. Graduation will be held on May 27th and at our gym at 7 p.m. Tickets are required for attendance. I will get with you guys before, sometime between now and then, with the tickets and such, okay? And directions about how to get in and where you need to go so we can all get on the stage. I somehow forgot Teacher Appreciation Week. Imagine that. We are celebrating Teacher Appreciation Week this week. I had Blaze and Buzz Catering come in today and feed my teachers. Tomorrow we'll be doing muffins and drinks, and Wednesday we're going to get fed again. And Thursday we'll have little knick-knack pickups, and on Friday, First Baptist Church is going to be bringing us some of those energy drinks I can hear about. So Mike should got those today, so we can get through the week. Anyways, we've got EOCs starting tomorrow with the writing, ELA writing tomorrow, and the next week we'll hit those hard starting on the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. And I don't think I put anything up here about exams, but on the 17th and 18th we'll be working on exams, and we'll have our summer program starting June the 6th, and we'll run through the month of June. Does anybody have any questions?
The summer program that's running, starting on June
Starting on June
6th
6th, yes ma'am,
and runs through the,
the 30th,
what's the time?
8 a.m. to 12:45.
Okay, thank you.
Yes ma'am.
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, next up we have athletic reports, and we'll start with Mr. Littlejohn.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Just wanted to say thank y'all for being here today, in attendance. It's a great day for Denmark Olar Athletics. We had a really great year thus far. In our program, we have no COVID cases. Our soccer team currently has a 5-5 record, and they are playing the playoffs on May the 4th at Branchfield. that can come out and support. We have football spring practice starting May the 9th, and it will run to May the 25th. It will be open to the public. You want to come out and see what we're doing? Come out and we'd love to have you. Our athletic banquet will be May 26th for the board members after the session, as invitations. And I'll give y'all one after the end of this, okay?
Thank you.
Upcoming events, May the 4th, soccer at Branchville, and region track meet was today. Just got some great news. Our boys 4x1 placed in 3rd place, so they'll be going to the upstate championship for that. Chris Sanders placed 2nd in the 100 and 200, so he'll be going to the upstate for that. Brandon Johnson placed in the shot put. Jacory Williams, he came in 2nd in the high jump for boys, and also for girls, our 4x1 team girls came in 3rd as well, going to upstate. Davion Roberts, she placed 2nd and 3rd, respectively, in the shot put and disc. And we had Shalia Flowers in the 100 and 200 in the meter run to go to upstate championship. So we got a lot of kids that's going to upstate, and that'll be May the 14th at 9 a.m. at Lower Richland High School in Columbia.
Great.
Any
Sounds
questions?
good. Any questions? All right, thank you so much. Next up, we have Mr. Williams.
Good evening.
Good evening.
The regular season wrapped up for all our spring sports last week, and playoffs are starting this week. We won the region in softball, and girls and boys track, and baseball finished 2nd. And baseball and softball are home tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Baseball's playing Lakeview, softball's playing Johnsonville. Soccer is on the road Wednesday. They go to Palmetto Scholars out of North Charleston. Our golf team's going to the state golf tournament in Straw next Monday the 9th, and our track team is going to Lower State at Well Branch on the 14th, and I think we had 20 girls and 18 boys qualify for Lower State track. And physicals will be given May the 18th at school, free physicals for our kids, and Dr. Gilliard's coming down from Greenville to give them to us, and got with Coach Littlejohn, and we're going to work it out where either he goes over to Denmark after school, or they might have to bus them over to Bamberg to get them done in our gym, but we're working it out so Denmark can get them also.
All right. Great.
Any questions?
All right, thank you so much. All right, next on the agenda is item number 6, which is student staff recognition and superintendent's report. And I'll turn that over to Dr. Brown.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. For me, my packet seemed awful thick. It's a lot. Okay, so I'm going to slow down tonight. We've got a lot to get through in the next few minutes, so if I go too fast, please stop me, tell me to slow down. I'm going to make sure that it's that we cover all of it and cover it thoroughly. But I want to start tonight with a couple of things that's not on the agenda, but I want to say them while I have an opportunity, because when we meet again, school will be out. First is Teacher Appreciation Week. I would be remiss if I didn't recognize all of our teachers in our Denmark-Oler schools and our Bamberg Earhart schools. I would like to say to them and to the public that's listening and that's here tonight that we appreciate every one of them. They are so needed and valued and loved and respected, and I just wanted to give a shout out to all of our teachers and voice how much they are appreciated. I also wanted to thank all of our administrators. We don't have a Principal Appreciation Week. I think we should. I do want to say to all of our administrators, the same sentiment, how much they are valued and appreciated as well. And I want to thank our principals for taking the time to recognize and show appreciation for all of our teachers. Second, last week was Administrative Assistants Appreciation Day and Week. And I'd like to give a shout out to our administrative assistants in the district, and that includes Ms. Jessica Moody, both superintendent board secretary. Also, Ms. Carla Davis is our reception/secretary here at our district office, and also Coach Terrell Haynes. I just wanted to thank them for a job well done, and that last week Administrative Assistants Day didn't go unnoticed. And third, as you heard from all of the principals' reports, there's so much activities going on this month, but a big portion of May is state testing. And from third grade through 8th is our state South Carolina Ready and Pass testing, but our high stakes testing, not only those, but our end of course and final exams testing in our high school. And I just want to say to all the students who may be listening tonight and here in our audience, that I wish them the very best on these tests. And I would like to thank parents for encouraging their students, one, to attend every day and endure that. As a parent, I remember those days and how hard it was to get your child in bed on time and focused on the testing and to endure it. So it's a challenge for not only our students, but our parents. So just wanted to wish the best to all the students and their parents as we go into all of this testing, because it's a lot and it's a very stressful time. So I appreciate the parents that work with us and help us get through that. All right. Also, one other item I'd like to cover that's not on, listed on the agenda is that after last month's board meeting and as we're moving closer to consolidation, I think there have been some concerns and additional questions raised about what does consolidation mean for our schools? Or is our schools going to be changing? Anything going to be changing at Denmark Olders? Anything changing at Bamberg Earhart High School? Or Bamberg Earhart Richard Carroll Elementary? And the answer to that is no. I think it is worth repeating at this month's board meeting for those in attendance and for the public that may be listening. The consolidation efforts are for the district level staff and administrative offices. We are not combining schools at this time. We're not changing Denmark Olders schools. We're not changing Bamberg Earhart schools. So I just thought that was important enough to reiterate, given that we continue to get some questions about those. Okay. All right, now back to the agenda. So you have in your packets tonight, again, I brought this up last month. South Carolina School Boards Association sent reminders to all board members that the South Carolina School Board Association Delegate Assemblies takes place on June 3rd at the Legislative and Advocacy Conference, and that all board members, that if you have nominations for officers, the deadline is June 13th. If you have proposals for new legislative resolutions, that deadline is also June 13th. And any proposals for changes to South Carolina School Board Association's constitution, the deadline is June 13th. Okay? So
Okay, before we move on, you've expressed an interest in doing that?
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Earhart has expressed an interest to become, I believe it's considered a director for District 10, which covers, I believe it's Allendale, Aiken, Bamford, Waterloo, Barnwell. And Hampton. Yeah, I think it's all of them. And if you have a desire to nominate her, you can feel free to do that now, if that's okay with the board, so that we can get the nomination in. There's some paperwork that has to follow with that. So is there any board member that has an interest in?
Madam Chair, I would like to nominate Ms. Bonaparte as our region, as a nominee for our region director.
All right.
I would like to second that.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor in several seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing none, if you're in favor of this, please signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the ayes have it, and you are officially nominated. And we will get the paperwork and all, yeah, we'll get all that done and have that turned in to our district office to submit before June 13th.
Okay,
Okay?
congratulations.
Thank you.
And thank you for doing this research.
Thank you.
That brings us to item 6B under superintendent's report, legislative update. I thought all of you board members would like to have an update on House Bill 5098, as I mentioned last month. Representative Bamberg introduced this legislation to amend our current consolidation legislation to give, as you know, when you all were appointed to the board, it left Bamberg 1's existing board and Bamberg 2's existing board without a quorum, meaning they cannot meet without a quorum. So Representative Bamberg introduced new legislation to amend that legislation to give the autonomy to the new consolidated board to address that. I wanted to update the board and also the public that this was ratified on April the 7th, 2022, signed by the governor on April the 13th, 2022, and therefore went into effect April the 13th, 2022. Next, I would like to let the board know this is more for information purposes. There's a handout for this because this comes to myself and Dr. Simmons and the principals through the online State Department of Education's website member portal. This year, both Bamberg School District 1, all 3 schools and the district office, and Bamberg School District 2, all 3 schools and the district office, had to go through a complete accreditation analysis prior to consolidation, regardless of when it was the last time that we went through them. We have received preliminary analysis notification, and I am happy and proud to report to the board tonight that all 6 schools and the district office has been cleared with no findings of any deficiencies. I would like to give a shout out to Dr. Simmons, Dr. Shannon Johnson, Dr. Rhonda Ray, Mr. Danny Homer, Ms. Denise Miller, Dr. Chastity Evans, Ms. Cynthia Tucker, and Ms. Phyllis Overstreet, who all worked together collaboratively to make this report happen, because it was very stringent timelines and a lot of information collecting and submission and back and forth, and for making this possible. Well done. All right. Next, I'd like to, in your handouts, you have a copy of an email I received from Savannah River Plants Nuclear Solutions. They made available to school districts innovative teaching mini grants, and I submitted that information to principals and teachers. And I'm happy to say that Bamberg County, 2 of our Bamberg County teachers applied and was awarded a total of $1,250 in mini grants. And I'd like to recognize both of those employees right now. Miss Angela Kinsey came up with Decoding Detectives, and that's a focus on improving reading. She was awarded a $500 mini grant. And Miss Morgan Huffstetler from Richard Carroll Elementary School, and by the way, Miss Angela Kinsey is at Demarcola Elementary School. And Miss Morgan Huffstetler is at Richard Carroll Elementary School, wrote a mini grant for STEM creativity stations in her classroom. And she'll be receiving $750 to fund that program. So I wanted to acknowledge both of these staff members for a job well done, and always thinking outside the box, going after these mini grants to secure funding to improve learning opportunities for their students. So congratulations to both of those teachers. Last but not least, I would like to ask, we have a member in attendance tonight. This is a student at Demarcola High School, Miss Layla Donaldson. Miss Donaldson, will you please stand? And I would also like to ask her mother the same. I would like to acknowledge Miss Layla Donaldson tonight because on Wednesday, April the 20th, Dr. Simmons and myself received notification from the Gates Scholarship Program. And for those of you who are listening or in attendance tonight, or board members who may not be aware of what the Gates Scholarship is, it is a very prestigious and competitive scholarship. There were 37,000 applicants for this scholarship across the United States. 300 scholars are chosen. And I asked, and Dr. Simmons asked tonight for Layla to attend because Layla has been awarded a Gates Scholarship. And I want to reiterate what this includes. This includes full tuition. This includes access to a range of other support services when she's in school, including mentoring, leadership development opportunities, wellness, career guidance, internships, and job opportunities, and much, much more. So, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Well done. And by the way, she will be attending North Carolina A&T Technical College. Senior school. We look to hear great things from Layla in the future. Just remember when you graduate, come back home.
All right. Next up, we have item number 7 on the agenda, which is request for out-of-state overnight trips. We have
Then,
Dr. Brown.
we have 4 of those. First is Denmark Oler football program. Would like to attend the tour, attend Coastal Carolina University to tour the campus and the athletic facilities. That's June 15th through the 16th. Then we have Denmark Oler football program wishing to visit Georgia State University to tour their campus and athletic facilities, June the 4th and June the 5th. Also, varsity boys basketball team, Denmark Oler, would like to attend Mercer University in Macon, Georgia, to tour their campus, June 10th. And then Denmark Oler boys basketball team is requesting to attend the South Carolina High School League's basketball showcase in Rock Hill, South Carolina, which is June 17th through the 19th. So opportunities for our athletes to tour college campuses, athletic programs they may be interested in, and also our basketball program to go view campuses and participate in basketball extension play-in opportunities.
All right, board members, you've had an opportunity to receive and review these requests for overnight or out-of-state trips for the students, and you've heard what Dr. Brown has said. What's the pleasure of the board with regards to approval of these requests?
Madam Chairman, I have a question.
Yes.
On 2 of the requests, it talks about the estimated cost per participant, and it says, not applicable. And then it says that the district is financing it. Is there any cost associated with those 2 trips?
Which one?
That would be the varsity boys basketball, and then I guess both of those would be boys basketball. One on June 10th, and then the one on June 17th or not. There may be no cost associated with it. It may just be.
But Coach Littlejohn is here, so I'm going to ask him if he
Okay.
has any information on that, because I do not.
For the basketball, there is no cost.
Okay.
We raised funds for that. But the basketball team wanted to know if the district office could help pay with hotel costs for those 2 nights in Rock Hill.
Coach Littlejohn, I'm just consulting with the board members that are from the Denmark side, what has been your process in the past? You all have assisted?
Yeah.
And I would say that on the trip on June the 10th is just a day-long trip, however, it's out of state, so the only cost to the district would be the bus, the fuel for the bus. So there's no cost to participate in that, there's no overnight stay. So, but it is the one that is on June 17th through the 19th that the district would be funding the hotel stay, if you agree, or decide, or vote for them to stay.
Well, there's, yes.
Will we be meeting before this trip is taken in June?
Yes, we would be meeting before this trip is taken for both of these, because I see,
Yeah, all
John,
of them.
you're talking about two of them, the Denmark-Earhart football and Denmark-Earhart boys basketball team. We will be meeting prior to that time, but I would imagine that you're looking at trying to solidify hotel rooms at the best cost possible.
Yes, ma'am.
And possibly alerting them that they'll play in the tournament, right?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
For
let them
the
know.
Georgia State camp, I have raised funds for that camp for hotel rooms for that as well.
Okay, hold up a second. When you say Georgia State, okay,
That's the
I'm
question.
talking about two different other ones. Okay, so Georgia State,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, that says that the funds will be financed by the students, individual students, and funds that were raised by the students. It doesn't say anything with regards to the district
Yes, ma'am.
assisting.
Yes, ma'am. I wasn't talking about assistance for that. That was for the Coastal Carolina trip.
Okay.
For the assistance for that.
Okay, I got you,
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I mean, my only concern is if we, agree to pay for these hotels for these teams, then that's going to open us up to, having to pay for possible, other teams. And
Okay,
you've got-
can I say something?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. As of July 1, when we consolidate all of our funding, the way Ms. Burrs taught in previous board meetings, our athletic funding will be combined as well. So in the future, the athletic funds will help support these trips, hopefully.
Well, we've
The
never
way-
supported these trips for hotels. The
No.
teams have always
The
raised their
athletic
money.
funds have taken care of those, correct?
No,
Well, in
No, normally-
Denmark has.
Oh, all right.
Bamberg one has not. Does that make sense?
yeah, I guess that's the
Am I
question.
saying that right?
Right, I have.
But
I mean, are we gonna start
Bamberg
paying
too.
for all of our our hotel trips,
No.
lodging for teams?
Well, that's a decision that the board would have to make in
Right.
totality, but I know that in the past, Bamberg one has not. What type of funding are you talking about? Do we have any idea?
But, just for the hotel.
But do we have any amount? Because that's what we're asking. That's
In
what I'm asking.
what I raised,
No, what would it cost?
Per person.
per person, I haven't really looked at the hotel yet. I was trying to see if we get approval before I looked up the pricing for the hotel.
I think we need a dollar amount.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm looking at a calendar is what I'm doing with my phone, so. Our next meeting for the board would be June 6th, and these dates would be, like the following week, and then the week after, the following week, and then the weekend of that same week. So, what's the pleasure of the board? You guys, are you seeking additional information as far as what the cost will be? You want to table this until the next board meeting? What's the pleasure of the board? We need additional information?
I think so.
Okay, it looks like we're gonna need some additional information because,
We have someone who has a question.
yes, yes.
When students go on trips like this, are there 4 students in a room?
Coach Littlejohn, her question is, when students do go on trips like this, are there 4 students per room?
Yes, ma'am.
So,
So we wouldn't get many hotel rooms. We'd probably get total probably 5 to 6.
Okay, it looks like we will need additional information from you with regards to these two that, are requesting assistance with the district. Does someone want to make a motion that we table it until we get further information?
You
or
want
what's-
us to go ahead and approve the other two that don't require any financial assistance? Which would be
The varsity boys basketball team.
like the Georgia
Mercer
State
Uni-
University and then the,
Right, and then the Mercer University.
right.
Okay. What-
So now, Chair, how many are we gonna, is this the one we're gonna,
There are two that are checked where it says under 10E, where it has a check mark for the district assisting, but we don't have any information as far as hotel amounts. So those two, we can, if the board has the pleasure of doing, we can table that to the next meeting, and by that time, Coach Littlejohn will have additional information. And then we have these two here. If you're interested in approving that, we can move forward with approving two and tabling two, if that's what the board chooses to do.
Madam Chairman, I move that we approve the Denmark Oler football Georgia State University trip and the varsity boys basketball Mercer University trip, and table the boys basketball South Carolina High School basketball showcase and the Denmark football tour of the campus and athletic facilities until we can receive the amount of financial assistance that's required for the hotels.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second that we approve the Denmark Oler football Georgia State University, and that we approve the Mercer University for varsity boys basketball team, and that we will table the other two, which is the Denmark Oler boys basketball team for Rock Hill, and we will table the Denmark Oler football for Coastal Carolina University pending additional information. And we have a second on the floor. Any further discussion?
Madam Chairman, that's second.
Okay, motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing that, I'm sorry? If you're in favor of this, please signal by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the ayes have it, and the motion is carried. So Coach Littlejohn, you can get this information to the district office as soon as possible. You're welcome. All right, we are down to item number 8, which is presentation from Strategic Planning Committee for Bamford County School District's vision, mission, belief, and motto statements.
So, as you know, last month, I explained to the board and the public that we were in the process of forming, and did form, a strategic planning committee to work on for our new consolidated district, our new strategic plans for our consolidated district. And part of the strategic planning process is coming up with new belief statements, vision, mission, and motto statements for our new consolidated district. The strategic planning committee has now held 2 meetings. We have our 3rd this week. We've been working very hard. These are very lengthy meetings with lots of work. These meetings are lasting 3.5 hours each. And I bring to you tonight the first recommendation from our strategic planning committee on our belief statements. There are 7. Our vision statement, our mission statement, and our motto. And for the purposes for those that are listening tonight and are not present, I would like to read out the Strategic Planning Committee's recommendations for our beliefs for our new consolidated district. Number 1, our learning environments must be safe and supportive for all. Number 2, active parental and community involvement produces positive results and cultivates learners to become good citizens. Number 3, through teamwork with parents, students, and educational staff, learners can achieve their highest potential. Number 4, it is essential that all individuals are valued and are treated fairly and equitably. Number 5, all students deserve a world-class education to include access to appropriate technology and resources. Number 6, it is critical that teachers, staff, and administrators exemplify commitment and integrity and are fully invested in improving student success. Number 7, clear and consistent communication between home, school, and community is essential to success. Recommendations for a new vision statement include, our vision is that every student is prepared to compete in a global society. Mission statement, the mission of Bamberg County School District is to educate and empower every student to reach their greatest potential by creating safe, supportive, and inclusive learning environments. The recommended motto is empowering every child, every day. With that, I'll ask the board to entertain a motion to accept the recommendations from our strategic planning committee, who's worked very hard on these.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
they've done a great job. My question is, and I understand it is important to compete in a global society. One of my concerns has been the fact that I don't know how much civics is being taught now, but I think it's so important for us to prepare our students to become good citizens of the United States of America. And I don't know if that could be incorporated in any way or, if that's not necessary. But that's just something that I'm very interested in.
I'll speak, and then you want to speak?
Yes, ma'am, and Ms. Coker, that's a very good point, and the team discussed that very thing. We spent half afternoon on citizenship. And we covered that in our belief statements, number 2. And, we try to capture in your vision statement is, without being repetitive or redundant, it encapsulates everything that's listed in your beliefs, encapsulates. And so, but yes, we did cover citizenship in our beliefs, number 2, but competing in a global society encompasses being a good citizen.
The comment that I wanted to make, there are members of the board as well as the audience that are part of that particular committee. And I think Ricky, our technology director, can attest that we probably gave him a headache because there were so many really, really good suggestions, and he captured every last one of them. We were into 30s and 40s. I mean, we just had a list of stuff. And then we had to begin to talk among all of us and narrow those down. And when I tell you that the strategic plan committee worked hard, we worked hard effortlessly trying to get this right. And I just commend the folks that are in the audience. I mean, they know who they are, and the board members that were part of that. So it wasn't, I just wanted for the board members to know, as well as the public, that even though you see the 7, there were a huge number of different things that went into this, along with the vision and the mission statement. And by the time we got to the motto, we knew pretty much where we wanted to go, and that is what you see there, empowering every child every day. But there was a lot of work that went into it, so we did think about exactly what you said, and we were able to kind of encompass those beliefs into the statements that we have here.
I like it like
It is pretty good. I don't know who came up with that one. I can't remember, but it was a good, it might have been you. It was a pretty good one.
And I would like to ask for everyone, just so the board can see, everyone who's in attendance tonight that's on the strategic planning committee, if you would stand. And I would like to reiterate, for the purpose of those listening in tonight that's not able to attend, I would like to remind everyone that our strategic planning committee is comprised of about 30 members of community members, parents, students, faculty, staff, administrators, and board members. So I think we have the full gamut representing our community across our county that has fully invested in what we're proposing to the board tonight.
And Dr. Jefferson, who facilitated the meeting, and she's here, she's one of our consultants, did a phenomenal job with making sure that we thought about things. She didn't give us anything, she made us think for ourselves. And she kept us in line and kept us in sync. But just imagine 30-something people with all these different ideas and trying to narrow it down to what you see here. It was a lot of hard work, but it was so worth it. It really was so worth it. And I had no idea, which is why I wanted to be a part of that. I had no idea what's entailed in being part of a strategic plan. So it was, I welcome the learning lesson, and I appreciate Dr. Jefferson for her direction and making sure that we thought of everything that we could possibly, I mean, she had us writing down stuff. She had us moving around, going from one table to the next, because you get comfortable with a set of people and moving us to another set. So she made us think. So there was really a lot of thought that went into what you see. It looks nice and prim and proper, but there was a lot of paperwork involved in trying to get it to where it's at, so.
And I would like to say too, that I think that having a group of county members from all across this county, from Oler to Earhart to Bamford to Smokes to out the lodge area, we can all come together in a room and in the afternoon agree. I hope that's a precursor of what's yet to come. I think that shows you what is a countywide school district can do and what we can accomplish for the greater good of all of our children.
So, with that being said, you all want to make a motion with regards to the beliefs?
Madam Chairman, I move that we approve the proposal from the Strategic Planning Committee on the Bamberg School District's vision, mission, belief, and motto statements.
All right. We have a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, if you're in favor of this, please signal by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the ayes have it and the motion carries. We are now down to dinner time, which is number 9. And I will turn that over to Dr. Brown. Board members, you have your packet of all of the policies for the Bamberg County School District. These are all new and first readings. And Dr. Brown, if you can just let the board know how you plan to present all of this, how you need our help. We've had an opportunity to receive these policies and read them over and read them a second time and a third time and make markings on it, and oh my goodness. And we had phone calls and making sure that we all read them, and make sure you read your policy. And so here we are.
Here we are. So as you know, we are working in collaboration with myself, you guys, and the South Carolina School Board Association to, through the consolidation process, that we have to come up with new board policies. And the first draft set of policies that come through are Section B of our policy manual. Section B pertains to board governance and operations, all of Section B. So you have 2 handouts. You have a handout that has a nice little chart that shows you what Bamberg 1 had in place, what Bamberg 2 had in place, or that they didn't have in place, and notes outside what each, it just sums up each, what board policy tentatively or entails. So this is how I'm going to try to do this. And if you want me to slow down or do it a different way as we get into this, because this is my first time doing this. This is your first time doing this, so this is a learn as we go process. And it may not be the best way, but we can at least see what this entails and then maybe make some decisions to change it as we go forward. Do we agree on that?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to make this as painless as possible for you and the public that's listening and in attendance. So first, I'd like to present Board Policy BA. BA is just the basic structure for board operations. Focuses on the goals of the board as a governing body and not the district. Both Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 already have this policy in place as it reads, and I'm recommending we adopt it as it reads. Okay. Next, if you'll flip to Board Policy BAA, Board Self-Evaluation. Now, neither Bamberg 1 nor Bamberg 2 had this as a policy in the existing policy manual. However, as superintendent, I'm recommending that our new consolidated board adopt this policy because it's best practice. I think every educational entity should do a yearly self-evaluation, and this is what this policy entails, is that the board would be basically adopting a policy that each year, and I'm going to recommend at a special call board meeting, that you can conduct a self-evaluation on how you think our school board is operating. And the South Carolina School Board Association would, of course, furnish that tool and help analyze the results when you're done with that. So I am recommending that we adopt that policy.
I do have a question.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Please go ahead.
I will not do it. Yes.
Okay. Madam Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Regarding, I was a little confused when I read this, when it said that the board would conduct the annual self-evaluation. Do they mean the board as a group or each individual member as how we are doing? I think they mean the board as a group, but if they do, I think it's a little flaky, and maybe we could add a word or so.
Does self-evaluation take care of that? Where it says self-evaluation or no?
No, that's what made me think it was individual.
Yeah.
It's the board as an entity.
Okay,
So
so
all
I
of you
think-
could collectively do, the way I understand it, all of you would collectively, and Mr. Boykin is here, he's probably more familiar with board self-evaluation, so Mr. Boykin, if you would like to enlighten the board on what that might entail. But as I understand it, you would work together in a special call board meeting, fill out the instrument, but it would be submitted for analysis as a board as one entity. But Mr. Boykin?
The word itself, Madam Chair, board members, the word itself refers to the board and not to the individual. That's number one. Number two, what you will do, as Dr. Brown has said, you will collectively discuss how you, as a board, see yourselves as functioning.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
On the second line, it says the board will conduct. I would suggest that we add the board collectively will conduct or something that makes it very clear.
If that helps you, it doesn't.
It does.
take away-
I need all that behind me, yeah.
It doesn't take away, and so that's fine. You will complete the instrument and it will be analyzed by the School Board Association. And what's important is when it comes back, that's when you will actually conclude the evaluation, because up until that point, it is not a formal action. Just thought I'd ask that one.
Okay. I have another question for you, Mr. Boykin.
Yes.
On the bottom of this, where it has drafter's note, and it says, the South Carolina School Boards Association will assist. The question that I have is, can it be listed as the board may seek the assistance of? And I'm asking that because the assistance of putting this together could be outside of just them. It could be something from you. So I'm looking at just wording that little piece a little differently.
That language would reserve the prerogative to the board.
Okay.
And it would be the board's prerogative tonight to insert that.
Okay, so okay, so that was my thinking, is that when we get to the board self-evaluation, while I would imagine that the South Carolina School Board Association would assist us with it, there may be parts of it that could be, that some other person or someone else. It could be, legal assistance. I just feel that we need to be able to have that as an option where it says the board may seek versus having it says that this is what we will do. That's just my thinking. How does the board feel?
And unless I'm wrong, and I'll defer this to Mr. Boykin, but could we not take off the drafter's note altogether at the bottom and leave that off, and that leaves it wide open so that the board can do it as they see fit when the time comes? The drafter's note.
Can you just change will
Or
to
we could change
can?
will to may.
South Carolina School Board can assist.
Yeah?
If you, I agree, Dr. Brown, if you delete the draft's note,
Just take it off altogether.
and then that property will rest.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Delete it all together.
But could you please add that it's the whole board somehow? Or am I the only one that?
No, I hear what you're saying. So with this one, we're going to go, is the board comfortable with doing a special call meeting for this? So we're
Yes.
circling that. And then we're going to delete the drafter's note in its entirety. And then Ms. Hurst wants to insert, up top, you said insert,
The word collectively on the second line, it will be the third word.
where it would be the board collectively?
Yeah, collectively will conduct, or collectively,
Okay.
the board collectively will conduct.
Okay.
Thank you.
The asterisk is there that, on the fourth line where it seems to indicate that that would be a month maybe or a date.
Each year in when?
Yeah.
End of the year? Mid-year?
I was thinking,
May or June, somewhere.
May or June? Well, let me say this, that I know that most elections for the district is usually in April. So would you want to do it?
That'd be fine too.
Before election? March,
And
January?
And Mr. Boykin and I would like to insert one other thing, food for thought. It probably should be done a month or two before you conduct the superintendent's evaluation.
And that's done in,
You will decide that, the contract. But ordinarily, it is done near the end of the year, in the fall, or late fall, early spring.
I think we did it before Christmas.
we did it
before,
before Christmas, right?
So
So how about September? Does that sound
that's,
good?
that's fine.
So for right now, we're gonna run with September.
Okay? All right.
Anything else on this one? You got something to say? It sounded like you about
Well,
to say something.
as soon as you put in September, that ties you down to September. Would you want to put September or other appointed time,
You wanna say fall?
or maybe fall? Yeah, that would
Okay.
give you some latitude.
Instead of September.
Okay, in the fall? Good point.
Okay. We good?
Yep.
Okay, next we move to board policy BB. This policy establishes the legal foundation for board operations based on state law and districts establishing legislation. This policy is already in existence for both Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2, and I'm recommending it as it is, with no changes. Board policy BBA establishes the board's powers and duties as authorized by state law. Yes, ma'am.
excuse me, I'm sorry. Madam Chair, may I ask one quick question about TV?
Yes.
Okay. When it says that the board is responsible to the community it serves,
I hope I'm correct in assuming that is the county, not
Yes.
each individual district.
That's correct. We will be a countywide district, we're responsible to the county you said.
But I understand that we might represent districts, so I was hoping we could make sure that everybody knows it's for the whole, county. It's another semantic thing, I'm sorry.
I understand what you're saying. I think when we talk about the board responsible to the community that it serves and represents, and since we're going from individual districts to a countywide,
Okay, that's
I think
fine.
it would cover that.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, which leads us to policy BBA. BBA establishes the board's powers and duties as authorized by state law. This is your, goes into your policy making, your operational actions, educational planning and evaluation. Both Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 already had these policies in existence. I'm recommending that we, that you approve these policies as written. Next comes policy BBAA. This policy establishes.
Hold on.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a question?
I have a question about a word that I am not comfortable with.
Okay.
It's in the paragraph under appraisal and approval, and it's in the second line. And the sentence says, "The board will appraise the superintendent's recommendations and act on each proposal in the district's best interest." I realize that appraise means to evaluate, but I believe the word evaluate would actually go much better in that sentence. It is a very minuscule thing, but I think it would read better.
Board, are you comfortable with what's there already, or do you want to change the word? I mean, I'm comfortable with what's already there. You comfortable?
Okay.
Can you live with it?
I know, but it just is very awkward to me. That's, if I'm the only one, that's so weird.
You can live with it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So one thing, this part of BBA talks about visits to schools. It says board members will visit schools with the full knowledge of and in coordination with staff, including superintendent and business level administrators. I can see if you're going there as a board member, you would need to do that. But if you're going there as a parent and such, I don't think that's, I mean, if I have students in the school, anytime I go to school, I'm going to have to call you and let you know I'm going to the school. I don't think that would be, it's not what it's meant there.
So,
But I think the way this is written is that it's intended for when you visit the school as a board
Right,
member.
okay. Well,
But I don't think it's
that's what I just
applicable
wanted
when you're
to
visiting
bring out,
as a-
or bring forward.
that's a really good point, but I do think that we are acting
Hey,
in the
Mr. Boyd, you
capacity
may have
as
a
a
comment there.
Yes, sir.
The point is well taken, that you don't have to get clearance, but out of courtesy, because as a school board member, trust me, you can show up for whatever reason you think you're showing up for, but over half the people who see you will see you as a school board member. And so letting the administration know, so that whatever they need to do, so that they will be aware and so that they can accommodate not the board member, but to be able to deal with the fallout, from there, just for comfort. So that would be my counsel, that you let someone know so that they will be able to accommodate and deal with the fallout if there, and I'm using the term fallout in quotations if you don't.
Well, that's going to lead into something else I have on another policy about volunteering in a second. So we'll take that in consideration there.
Okay, so can the board come to the conclusion that with regards to this particular policy of BBA, that when we're talking about visits to the school, that this policy is referring to business as a board member?
Right.
And not business as you're going up there because you had to drop off lunch to Charlie.
Right.
So can we understand that it refers to your business as a board member.
Madam Chairman,
Mhm.
on the public relations,
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering, because we don't have a very adequate newspaper anymore,
Mm-hmm.
but we do have a radio station.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's very important that we do keep the public informed. And I was just wondering if there might be some way that Dr. Brown or the chairman could maybe schedule a time to discuss what's going on the radio. And if you have a set time, then people can't say they don't know what's going on. Would that be too much trouble?
Can I would like to respond to that. We have board meetings like we're having right now, and they are announced via the media and the newspapers. So when you talk about keeping the community informed about the district, this is what we're doing right now. We're having a board meeting that's in public. So they're being informed by watching the meetings that we're having, or of course, there's always the minutes that they could secure from online. They can download that or view it. And I'll turn that over to Dr. Brown in case she wants to have meetings with
And I'm just gonna add to what Ms. Walker is saying. Remember, these policies are in relation to the school board. So the purposes of what we're doing tonight, adopt this policy of public relations, is pertaining to making sure that we invite the public to attend through our usual avenues of public notices, which includes the radio. So that's being done. But on a side note, besides these policies, I don't mind talking to radios or newspapers when they contact me and wish to do so. So that can be certainly explored outside of the policies relative to the public. Okay?
Are we comfortable with the way that it is now, with the understanding that that's something that could be explored, maybe on a case-by-case basis, if that's comfortable? Okay.
Okay, so the next two policies is BBAA and BBAAR. Now, both of these policies deal with establishing the basic qualifications for school board service-based on the state, school board services based on the state constitution. And this is, like I said, it's the board members' authority and responsibilities. And BBAAR added to the BBAA. And what I will recommend on the BBAAR is where it says requesting the additions of items to board member agendas, is that currently that we strike the option and not include an option is my recommendation. Because that is currently how Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2's board is named.
So how will we bring up if we wanted to discuss something or had a concern?
All right, look at the first sentence there. That's a good question. Board member wishing to suggest an agenda item will notify the board chair and or the superintendent, and the decision will be made whether to add the item to the agenda.
Right.
Stop right there. That if any of you wish to add an item to the agenda, you contact me and Ms. Walker, and we make the decision to add or not. In other words, you don't need 3 or 4 or 5, because.
Okay, so you're just
See what I'm saying?
scratching the last part of that, not the entire.
Because Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2
Okay,
currently
I
don't have that
misunderstood you.
stipulation. And I believe that it would be in the board's interest not to add that. That I think.
Just be clear on what it is that we're striking, on what page and
Right.
under what heading.
Okay, go to requesting the addition of items to
Mhm.
board meeting agendas.
Mm-hmm,
In the second line,
mm-hmm,
strike option.
gotcha.
I got you.
If, and then parentheses, option 3 or more, majority of, etc. Strike that
Okay.
word, is my recommendation.
So just this one sentence.
That's correct. along with board members' request addition item and be added.
Okay, so we're gonna just strike that,
Just the option,
the option piece of it. Okay.
all right? And then on the second page, it is my recommendation, we strike the option to add additional procedures. Currently, Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2, we don't have additional procedures. We follow requests from the media, FOIA requests according to state law, and I'm not recommending we add any additional procedures, that we would do so if at any time in the future the need came up for the board to do so.
That piece I definitely agree with, because I wrote a note like what? I'm like,
Exactly.
what else are we adding that we don't already do, so, okay. Is the board okay with that? Okay, so we
Which
have
gets us
that.
policy BBB, board membership and elections. Both Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2, again, already had the same policies in place, and I'm recommending that we adopt those same policies for our county board as written.
Could I,
Mhm.
won't the county have to be redistricted? Do we have, what is it, 9 different districts now? Do we already have 9? I have no idea who's representing any particular district, maybe you're not right now as an appointed board. But will we have to go through a new designation of districts?
Yes, and in our consolidation planning committee, and Ms. Walker, you can, if you want to talk on this, I'll defer to you, or I can tell you. In our consolidation planning committee, it was agreed that we would undergo redistricting because we're going from 5 board members to 9. That process will have to be done.
How will it be done? Do you know who will do it?
The consolidation planning committee, and we have in attendance again, Mr. Boykin and Mr. Dean Whitwer, who's our consolidation consultant. I'll let Mr. Boykin speak on that and how that's gonna be done.
School boards are organized in districts by the legislative delegations. And so I think there's an office, the Mark works for the legislature, and it will be done through that group. You as a board will have input into it. I would submit that each of you, when the legislative delegation is identifying people to appoint, they made a special note to know where everybody's address was. And so when the numbers come in, you'll all end up in separate districts.
And when we get to that point, we'll bring that demographer in, you'll meet that person, you'll be interacting with that person, and we'll be bringing that information forthcoming. Okay?
Quick question on BBB, the very last paragraph. Within 1 year of taking office, a board member will complete the state mandated orientation program for yada, yada, yada. Should that be new board members, or do we, every year, we have to take this, or every new election when you come on, so that'd be every 4 years? Okay, very good.
Is there a change?
No, there won't be any change, it'll just be every time you're elected, you come on, so.
Then you're
Within 1 year of taking office, that means you won't have to do it again until you have another election.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to do it every year. No offense to you.
All right, so that gets us to BBBC. And again, Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2. I'm sorry.
BBBA.
BBBA, I'm sorry. This policy establishes the basic qualifications for school board services based on the state constitution. Put something together. Both Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 had this policy as written, and I'm recommending it as written.
She just, she did the BBB. There were 3 Bs. The BBB, that was the one that John was talking about, and then we went to the
There's not a-
BBBA,
Okay.
and now we're down to BBBC.
BBBC. All right. BBBC. This policy establishes the basic structure for the irrevocable resignation of a board member. Both Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 had this policy in place, but neither Bamberg 1 nor Bamberg 2 had any of the options listed at the bottom. And I am recommending, if you count down to the 3rd paragraph, in the option where it reads, "It, the county board or local delegation," that we choose it, meaning you, the board. So that would read, if you wish to resign, you provide the earliest possible notification to his or her intent so that it, meaning the board, you guys, may claim. So it is my recommendation you choose the word "it," and then it is my recommendation that we eliminate all the options at the bottom,
Okay.
as they are not necessary.
Okay, so the 3rd paragraph would read, "The board requests that any member who wishes to resign provide the earliest possible notification of his or her intent so that it may plan appropriately to fill the vacant seat."
Yes, ma'am?
Okay.
I have a question for Mr. Boykin about that. So when we talk about it, that means this board here. When we talk about the county board, that means the election people. Or when we talk about the local delegation, that means the local delegation possibly appointing someone. So my question is, if we go with it, then that means that the board decides on planning to appropriately fill the vacant seat. Please explain that, because that does scare me a little bit.
The legislative delegation's authority to appoint, I believe under the legislation, will end on July 1, 2022.
Mm-hmm.
After that, if there is a term cut short by resignation or other reason, then the board will contact the local election commission.
Got it.
And give that the date that vacancy occurred.
Got it.
The reason that it is so important is because when a resignation is tendered, and this happens from time to time, not in Bamford, but from time to time, where folk will decide on when the resignation should take effect, so that the general election or the special election could fall on a general election time, or it could fall on a time when people are not traveling, a time when people are at home, those kinds of things.
Okay.
And so it's important to the board, for transparency and everything else, to be able to work with the leaving member, the withdrawing member, to try to get an election or voting day that will be favorable to the school district, not necessarily to a candidate, but to the school district.
Okay.
And that's important because the number of weeks is set by statute. And so the date that you receive that resignation, 13 Tuesday or something after that is when the vote is going to take place. And that's why it's important to
Okay.
respect the school board.
Thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair, so who actually, it says may plan appropriately to fill the vacant seat? Is that person going to be, the new person going to be appointed? Does it have to be a special election?
Well, that's the next,
That's the next one.
yeah, that's the next, proposal policy right here. Talks about the unexpired.
I think you answered that, right?
Well, I was going to.
Oh, go ahead.
Her question was who, and I was just going to say that the reason that you want to do that is it could cost between $50,000 and $75,000 to fill that seat. And so if you can take it and trigger it to come with an election that's already going on, then it may save you a ton.
I hate to interject that here, but I know some of our elections don't fall on the general elections, and we pay, like I said, an extra amount of money when I mean, how do we change that? How do we get our elections to fall with the, regular general elections for, the legislatures and stuff like that?
And I believe, and again, Mr. Boykin, your memory or Ms. Walker's might be better than mine, so interject where I may misspeak. That's covered in our legislation. If in 2024, all of you were appointed at this time, you'll basically fall back to elections in, I believe, in 2024. And the way that our county election office has set it up is that half of you or 5 of you will fall in the odd number of years, and the remaining board members will fall in the even number of years. But that is addressed, Mr. Hurst, in our consolidation legislation of how they get us back onto that election cycle.
Okay.
Yep. And remember, just for the sake of remembrance, is that the reason why that was, the reasoning behind that, and I'm just recalling from our consolidation planning committees and in talking with our legislators, is that it gives continuity of a new board for at least a full school year before getting y'all back on those election cycles. So that's continuity of leadership.
That mentioned the BBB.
Okay? And with that, y'all ready for us to move to the next?
Okay, so
All
I
right,
just
so-
want to clarify, so we're going to go with it in the 3rd paragraph, and we're striking the rest?
Yes, ma'am, it's my
Okay.
recommendation to remove the options at the bottom.
Okay.
All right, which brings us to the next policy, which is BBBE, unexpired terms, fulfillment of vacancies. So again, Bamberg 1, Bamberg 2 had the same policy in place. It continues from the policy we just discussed. The appointment of board members is eligible to run for the specified seat in the next board election. And again, the drafter's note here reminds us that prior to July 1, 2022, a vacancy on the board was filled by appointment of our legislators. But that ends, as Mr. Boykin just said, July 1, 2022, that ends. And again, you'll be on a regular election cycle following that, coming up in 2024.
So my question is, what's in italics under draft, or drafter's note, should that be included in the policy as it reads? So
Yes,
that-
ma'am, and in discussions with Mr. Boykin, we can leave that on the policy,
Okay.
because after July 1, it will be a moot point,
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that's included.
okay?
Board members, you good with that? All right.
All right. Now we're down to policy BC, board member conduct. Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 both have this policy already in place. It establishes the basic structure for board member conduct as individuals while sitting as a board. This language is based on the rules of conduct established statewide by boards at the South Carolina School Board Association's Delegate Assembly. And I am recommending that we adopt the policy as it reads.
Okay.
All right. Which brings us to policy
BCA?
BCA. Pages are sticking together. So BCA, and this policy establishes the basic structure for ethical board conduct as reflected in the provisions of the South Carolina Ethics Act. And as you guys remember, each year we have you read those ethics statements and you agree to continue to abide by those ethics. Both Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 had this policy in place. Bamberg 1 had an extra page, BCAE, however, it was repetitive. The policy itself, BCA, covers all of that, so I am recommending that we adopt BCA as it reads.
Jerry,
Yes.
excuse me. I was just wondering, where the provisions of the South Carolina Ethics, Government Accountability, and Campaign Reform Act, or are they consolidated someplace, or do you find them online, or?
The code of ethics?
Well,
I'm sorry, what-
Yes, these last three things. The South Carolina Ethics
these are the provisions of South Carolina Ethics, Government Accountability, and Campaign Reform Act.
I think you can find on that, South Carolina Ethics
Right.
Yeah, you
website.
can find them on South Carolina School Board Association's website
Right.
as well. There's
And
a
the
link to
South
the
Carolina
ethics.
Ethics.
Yes.
Yeah, that booklet that I handed out every,
Right.
yeah, the
Okay.
website should be on that.
You ready to move on? Which brings us to BCB, Board Member Conflict of Interest. Again, Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 had these policies in place. This establishes the basic structure for prohibiting board member conflict of interest in accordance with the state ethical rules. I'm recommending that we adopt the policy as it reads.
Madam Chairman,
Mm-hmm.
I have a question about volunteering prohibited. Does that include tutoring? I have been asked and have been attending one meeting a week to help a little third or second grader with a reading, so is that not appropriate?
Mr. Boyd, you want to address that?
Oh, I mean, whatever, shall I say, I also.
Well, no, like I said, I have a question on that too. I mean, a small school district like ours, you have board members who help sports teams. You have board members who are band boosters that run the booster club, or maybe an officer of the booster club. Like I said, if you start doing that, then I think, you're hurting the district. Because those are some of your, like I said, leaders in those areas as far as, helping these kids get funding and stuff like that, whether it's the booster clubs or if you don't have a coach, in a certain area, just to help out. I understand you not being paid, and I understand that you're not reporting directly to the superintendent or to the, that you're under a coach. So can you comment on that, maybe?
Madam Chair, my advice is not to ban it by board policy, but I do believe it is worthy of board members looking at it and looking at the burden that it creates from that standpoint, so that everyone will have their eyes open going into the process.
And of course, you would recuse yourself if you were in something that involved your sport or an activity or something like that.
You are thinking in the right direction, but I really would want you and all the board to get a deeper dive into that. So I'm saying, I don't believe it's wise for the board to prohibit it, but I also believe it's wise for board members to understand the contours of that relationship. That's what I'm saying.
So, yes, sir.
Well, Madam Chairman, this does specifically give circumstances. It says a board member is not permitted to serve in a volunteer position in the district as she would have responsibility for a curricular, co-curricular, extracurricular program or activity for students and would report directly to the superintendent, principal, athletic director, or other school administrator. So I thought perhaps if you just go into a classroom where you are doing what the teacher has asked you to do and just sitting with the student, you weren't really reporting to any of those people. So then in that case,
It would be allowed, but what I am suggesting is that the board take a deeper dive so that you can better understand and be able to, as board members, be able to respond to questions that come.
because I also want to.
I'm sorry?
I also want to.
Yes, I'm not saying you do not. I'm
No.
saying so that you can take a deeper dive. Let me give you an example. You coach, and you have a call that you disagree with, and you decide to challenge that call in a coach-like manner, okay? However that is, there will be people who will see a school board member in that situation. And so, and I'm not going to blow it out of proportion, but I think you get what I'm saying.
Right, I understand.
And so, when things are fluid, things happen. And that's why board members must understand and must know, from that standpoint. you have a teacher, a board member tutoring a student on a subject, and then that teacher has to grade that student on that subject. You never know what is said by, employees and things of that nature. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm saying board members want to understand the contours of the transaction so that when questions arise, you are prepared to respond to those questions. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so, because I don't know if I'm having a brain freeze or what, but, I have an issue with that, this piece. Because, for example, for over a decade, I went to the elementary school and I read every month to students at the school. This says no volunteering is prohibited. I'm not getting it, so break it down in layman terms all the way down so that I can understand what am I missing with what's wrong with this.
Because the
The
way
policy-
it's just not allowed.
The policy of this is that board members are not interacting with administrative decision makers.
Right.
That's the policy of this.
Okay,
But if you read it carefully, you will see that if you are just interacting with a classroom teacher, then that's not actually prohibited from that standpoint.
Right.
So,
Right.
and it's very nuanced, is what I'm suggesting, from there.
Yeah, and I might add, the way that I interpret this is, that it's not saying you can't volunteer, but what it's saying is, you cannot volunteer in activities where you have to report directly, where you are directly responsible for curriculum decisions, grading decisions, or you are directly reporting to administration. For activities that don't involve that, that's permissible of the board choice, is the way I interpret that to be.
It's at a granular level. It's not making decisions.
Right.
And it's not interfacing with decision makers. That's the point I'm trying to get across.
okay.
Yeah.
So how does a layperson outside of this meeting and listening to this interpret when they're going to challenge? Well, your policy says that volunteering is prohibited, but you're doing whatever you're doing. So my question is, can this, I get what you're saying now. You broke it down, so I understand that. But this, to a layperson that is not hearing this conversation, and they see something, for example, John coaching, or I'm reading, or she's tutoring, and your policy says that you're prohibited from volunteering.
Continue to break it down.
Okay,
The reason I'm advising that you look at those things that you want to do, and then you create that exception,
okay,
where you say that with the exception of, and we'll say what those items are. Because
Okay.
you have, within the community, you have experience with that, long-standing experience with no problems. And so you go ahead and that's the carve-out, from that standpoint.
Could you say employment prohibited and volunteering restricted as the title, and then, of course, everything below it in there, says that, if you're not being paid and you're not reporting directly, that it's acceptable. But I think it's more in that title or do you not want to change that?
I know where they're going, and I will tell you, as a lawyer, this is worded very awkwardly, from that standpoint. Dr. Brown, let's study it, because I'm prepared to look at how we create a carve-out rather than trying to create categories, because that makes me just nervous.
okay. So with this particular policy, we're going to study that piece of it.
Yes.
Okay,
That's good.
thank you.
Okay, so we'll come out into the side. Which gets us to board policy BD. BD, board policies deal with the organization of the board. This policy and rule establishes the basic structure for board organization. Again, Bamberg 1, Bamberg 2 had these policies in place with the recommendations that I'm going to recommend now. If you look at the top where it says option, that very first line, I'm recommending that we strike the option parliamentarian and just have it vice chair, board chair, vice chair, secretary, as we have in the past. And I'm also recommending where it says officers will be elected by majority of the vote, just based on what Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 had in place already. That was voice vote. And I'm recommending that we continue to do the voice vote. I think that that strengthens transparency to the public rather than secret ballot. So it is my recommendation, we strike parliamentarian, we select voice vote, and that we strike, the superintendent will appoint a member of the district staff to count the secret ballots.
Okay, so going back to the very first paragraph where we're striking the option of parliamentarian, and it starts to read about the officers are elected and sworn in annually at the board's organizational meeting on the blank, in blank. We need to fill that in.
Yes,
It's according to when the election is, right?
the officers.
So, don't we normally do it in May? When do we, isn't it May, around May?
April or May?
I want to say May.
I know it's the spring.
The election for this
Spring.
is in, a month or so.
So May?
I want you to say
I
the
was about to.
meeting following your election.
Okay. That's
At the
You know, the
board's
first-
organizational meeting following an election.
So what happens when there isn't an election? Nobody's up for re-election and we still have to do the, or how, what are we
Remember, this is
gonna
your
do?
officers that you elect.
Right.
This is pertaining to the officers that you guys elect, your chair, your vice chair, and your secretary.
Okay, so we'll just serve until it comes up for an election. Is that how we're doing this? Because I saw
Oh, we
something
would still
else.
vote annually for officers.
Right,
Because we won't vote every, I don't think everyone comes up for election every
right,
year.
they don't. Right.
That's right. So why don't we go back to what Mr. Hires recommended to start with, so it won't tie you into like a specific month.
Mhm.
Can we just fill that in, sworn in annually at the board's organizational meeting in the spring?
Okay.
That's right.
Is that okay?
Mhm.
Yes.
As long as the elections are in the spring, what if the elections are in November? Do we know when the elections are gonna be yet?
Or how about within 2 months after the election?
I think it'd be the month after, it should be immediately the month, because as soon as you're elected, your new board members come on.
Okay, so can we say spring and or fall? I mean, or how do you want to, what do
I
you?
want you to just say following the annual, I mean, because I'm not sure if our elections are gonna be every year. I mean, I'm not sure how they're gonna have them staggered, whether we'll have actually elections every year, or whether it'll be every 2 years.
But see, every year around May, if I'm not mistaken, we go through this process. So, you know, you may not be, you can be chair for 1 year and the next year, somebody else. So, we may not want to tie it to an I mean, it's up to you. So if you want to tie it to.
I think it was in April because, I mean, in May because our elections were in April.
April, right.
Is why it was, because I think it says somewhere in there about you'll, after an election, doesn't it?
Yeah. You could end it at the board's organizational meeting, period.
That's a good idea.
Board's organizational meeting.
Period. Y'all decide when you're gonna have your organizational meeting, when you're gonna elect your officers. Or as needed.
I think the reason that you would add it in May is because you had your election
In April, right, that's what you're.
and the statute requires an election after you change membership.
Right, it
And
does.
so, and therefore, doing an off year meaning no election, in order to preserve the term, you would continue to have your election of officers during that same window of time.
Okay.
And so if you just say within, after certification of new members, you'll have your election and then whatever month that is when you'll have your annual election.
So you're suggesting, at the board's organizational meeting after certification of new members?
The certification, the organizational meeting will take place after the new members have been
Doesn't that just address elections, though, doesn't address mayors?
But then we'll say that we'll do it at the same time period as your election on the years that we don't have election. I don't know how you want to word that, but
Well, I was about to say, you're gonna have to give me adjustment of wording.
yeah.
So,
Okay, so we can do it, so how do you want to do it? Because we've got two situations going on. One is after an election, which is what we've normally been doing, but then there will be times where there will not be an election, but still
What you're saying are the same month on non-election years or something, or?
that,
Yeah.
okay, that sounds good.
okay, so let's back up. So sworn in annually at the board's organizational meeting.
Which takes place after certification of new board members and in the same month of non-election year. Did I put that one?
You did close enough, Madam Chair.
That's all.
The fact that you know what to do and the board knows what it's voting on, and you're gonna have multiple readings of this anyway.
Right.
I believe
Yes.
Dr. Brown
Yeah, I
can
got it.
wordsmith that and have it ready for you, but you can approve it tonight.
Okay.
with-
First reading.
you understand.
So it would be after certification of new members and in the same month of non-election years.
Perfect.
All right.
Oh,
Now, and
Madam,
then, sorry.
excuse me, Madam Chair, I think, I have a question about voting will be conducted by voice vote or secret ballot. And I think we've already discussed that briefly. Did we decide that officers will only be elected by ballot?
No, it's all by voice,
Voice.
everything's by voice.
Okay,
We'll
So
scratch
we
secret
restrict,
ballot.
yeah, strike
And
that.
recommended to scratch the superintendent will appoint.
So under election process, that second paragraph, circle voice vote, and then scratch off the secret ballot and scratch off the other italics where it says superintendent, blah, 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 we're scratching that.
scratching that too.
Yeah, but where it says once the chair is elected, we're leaving that, that stays, because that's what we've been doing.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right.
Which leads us to BDR, which is the second part of this. BDR continues duties of the chair, it's still the organization of the board, but it continues duties of the chair, duties of the secretary. And what I'm recommending is that we scratch the options, duties of parliamentarian, because it's not, that we strike all of that. It's BDR, follows BD. 2 pages behind BD.
And at the bottom of that page where it says option duties of parliamentarian, we're gonna scratch that.
I'm recommending to eliminate that option.
Take one, two of these tonight.
Every last one of them, so that you can decide whether or not you wanna be on a committee.
All right, that gets us to BDD.
I'm gonna be quiet.
Board superintendent relationship. This policy establishes the basic structure for the board and superintendent relationship by detailing the responsibilities of both in relation to the other. So this policy was already in place for Bamberg School District 1 and 2. I'm recommending it as written. Which gets us to policy BDE, board committees.
Could I, excuse me,
Yes, ma'am?
could I ask a question on page 2 of BGB?
Yes, ma'am?
Under the board will do the following: assist, adopt school standards
adopt school standards textbooks and annual school calendar. Has the board been adopting, having anything to do with textbook adoption?
During my superintendency, that has not come up yet. I'll ask Ms. Walker in the past about textbooks adoptions, but I do know that the annual school calendar is always presented and adopted by the school board each year. So I'll ask Ms. Walker and Ms. Bonaparte to address that question about the boards in the past, if they've adopted the textbooks.
And this is just a question, maybe it's not a good idea, but considering some of the problems some of the other states have had, that would it be, maybe it's not a good idea, but what about including some parent participation on the textbook adoption? Maybe somebody from the strategic planning committee.
But textbooks, are we talking about textbooks as in learning books, not,
That's what-
not like reading
Like your
books, right?
observation method.
So,
Yeah, what they teach in the classroom.
right, those are the textbooks.
Mhm.
I am, I would.
Can I
Go ahead.
comment on that real quick? Because I'm glad you brought that up, Ms. Copeland, because let me say something about school standards and textbooks. I am gonna recommend that we strike that because
Yeah.
the standards are dictated by South Carolina State Department of Education. Okay? We don't waver from those standards.
But don't the
And the
teachers,
textbooks are adopted by curriculum teams and administrators. They're also recommended by the South Carolina State Adoptions Textbooks List. Okay? So,
But then when you say
I recommend-
adopt school standards, it could be anything, not just school standards from a testing standpoint. I mean, it could be anything we want to hold someone accountable to a certain level. So I think that gives you a broad area for the school board.
It does. When you're talking about state standards though, and teaching standards, that's dictated by South Carolina State Department of Education.
I think we
Mr.
ought to leave
Howard
it
is
all in there.
correct. When it talks about, you might want to adopt standards of behaviors or ethical
the authority
behaviors
to
for
do it.
staff. That's when the school board would adopt those types of standards, non-instructional standards.
when it comes to particular textbooks, I know you have several options.
That's
I
right.
get- Yeah, you know, different companies present the different options for textbooks.
Mhm.
And my question was, would it be a good idea or not? Maybe it's not, to have some parent participation in that, just to maybe avoid some of the problems
That could be done at the school levels through their school
Well,
improvement
that's
council
what-
meetings
yeah.
and things like that.
But that's what I mean, it wouldn't be necessary to put it in here.
Right, that's what I'm saying, do my
But I've never
recommendation.
known parents to be involved. I've been on textbook selection committees before, but I've never
Typically
known.
with your standard course text, like your Englishes, your maths, your science, and your social studies, no, because, and while you have a choice of vendors, the textbooks generally follow the standards. And so we have teams of teachers and the curriculum coordinators, curriculum directors, and administrators who pick the textbooks that closely aligns with the standards and our teaching methodologies, or vice versa. So, but that's a good point, and that's a discussion to be held with school level leaders.
I think we should
To
just
have
leave it
involved
the
that
same.
in the future.
Leave it the way it is. The superintendent recommends it, and then even though we're not required to do it, makes it, it gives us authority.
It's a policy that's already been in place at districts, and, we have one over here that's saying just leave it as it is. It's not necessarily a requirement, but we would have the authority to do it if necessary. I mean, you would be recommending what those would be anyways.
Mhm. Okay, so leave it as is.
Harriet, are you okay with that? Everybody's okay with that? Okay.
All right. Which gets us to Board committees, BDE. This policy establishes the basic structure of the board's use of committees, including special committees in compliance with South Carolina's FOIA, which stands for the Freedom of Information Act. Again, this is a policy that was already in place for both Bamberg 1 and 2, and I'm recommending it as written. Policy BDF, and
Hold on,
Excuse me.
hold on. You guys comfortable with BDE? I'm fine with it.
Madam Chairman, I had a question about what the capital C letter F, is that a reference to these other standards or these other items?
She's talking about under the very last paragraph, where you see the capital C and the lowercase f, period, and then BE, BEC, blah, blah, blah. She wants to know what is those acronyms?
those are other policies that's related to this
Okay,
one.
so it's like a reference?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, I'm sorry. Just wasn't-
Okay,
And those might be policies too that might involve board committees. Okay? But yes, it is a reference. Which gives us to BDF. BDF, the policy establishes the basic structure for advisory committees in the district. And you see that little footnote you just saw there, Ms. Hurst, where that reference? Yeah, so here's one. All right? So this policy establishes the basic structure for advisory committees in the district. Information regarding school improvement councils is included in the rule so that the board may add additional advisory committees as needed. So this policy again was in place already for Bamberg 1 and 2, giving the board authority to add committees as needed. And I'm recommending it as written. And BDFR is a continuance of that. Same thing. Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 have the same policy in place, recommending it as written. And it's 2, 3, 4 pages.
Excuse me.
yes.
I think I did have one question on this, it was on the third page of it.
Okay?
And it's SIC operations and bylaws. Each SIC will develop a set of bylaws governing its operation consistent with district policy. Does that mean every year, or does that mean for this school?
So, I'm sorry, ask that again.
Okay, it says each school improvement council will develop a set of bylaws governing its operations. Every year, does each school improvement council have to develop a new set of bylaws, or do they say, this is the elementary school, these are the bylaws for the elementary school improvement council?
I would think that when you talk about all school improvement council operations will conform to state and federal laws and regulations, I think that covers that particular statement that follows underneath.
But I'm just asking if they have to form a new set every year, or?
No, only if the state changes those bylaws.
Okay, very good, thank you.
And Madam Chair, and this is very minor.
Yes,
But could
ma'am.
we take out the TH after October 15th?
Where are you at?
In the time of election, according to most standard grammar rules, you use the TH if you say the 15th of October.
Okay.
But if you just say October 15, you don't need the TH.
Okay.
That's just
On the
basic
second
grammar.
line.
And I know I'm picky.
Noted.
These are our policies, so.
Make them read the way you want.
Okay.
Okay? Which gets us to policy BDG. BDR, excuse me. This policy establishes the basic structure for the board's need for and relationship with its attorney or law firm, and includes the option for in-house counsel. Starting with BDG, both Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 have this policy in place. But where it says optional, I'm recommending that we strike that because it is not needed. Also, yes ma'am, and I'm recommending that we strike all italicized wording below the word optional.
About the general.
Yes, ma'am. Because the top two paragraphs covers the board's right to obtain legal counsel and law firm to represent us. The rest is redundant. And going on to BDGR, the second page of this, Board Attorney Legal Services. Again, Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 had these same policies in place, with the exception of the option on the second page, and therefore I am recommending that we strike that entire paragraph on the second page, as it's not needed. Good? All right, BDH. This policy establishes the basic structure for the board's need for and relationship with consultants. Now, Bamberg School District 1 did not have this policy in place. Bamberg School District 2 did have this policy in place. The South Carolina School Board Association is recommending the policy, and I am recommending the policy as well. And I think, I hypothesized that Bamberg 1 didn't have this in place because we didn't have a need for consultants. Obviously, if we'd ever had a need for that, there would have been a policy. But as we've seen through this consolidation process, that we have had a need for consultants. We currently have consultants, thus my recommendation to adopt this policy as written, as Bamberg 2 did. So that it covers us in times when we do need them. Which gets us to board policy BE, which covers board meetings. Y'all's pencils ready? Okay, this policy establishes the basic structure for board meetings and establishes the parliamentary authority. Note options as both districts have different meeting information. Okay, so look at the policy itself. This is going to be my recommendation. First, where it says annual meeting, I'm recommending that you have your annual organizational meeting.
That's the one we just set up.
We either say, do you want the same wording as what we did? Because I had written down a recommendation before y'all decided on that, and I was just realizing while you were saying that. Do you want the same wording as what we had on the other page?
I
Okay?
don't think so.
This work. Now, where it says regular board meetings, we pretty much already filled in all these blanks because you guys have decided this with your meeting calendar. The first one would be regular board meetings are scheduled. That wording will change to the first Monday of each month, is my recommendation. The regular scheduled time will be 6 p.m. And I'm recommending that we strike, all meetings will adjourn no later than blank PM. That we strike the rest of what's there in that paragraph.
6:30.
All right, under work sessions, I am recommending from time to time the board may meet in work sessions. The board will have regularly scheduled work sessions that we insert as needed and strike the rest of it.
None of these sessions provide the board opportunities, blah, blah, blah.
Now, I'm sorry, that we strike the rest of the italicized, not the rest of the paragraph.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So it would be from time to time, the board may meet in work sessions as needed, or excuse me, the board will have regular scheduled work sessions as needed. And then it would pick up with these sessions provide the board opportunities. Okay? I'm also recommending down at the bottom, where it starts with position of the board stated. Recommended that we strike that. It is redundant. All that highlighted in yellow is not needed. And we pick back up with cancellation of meetings, as was in our previous Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 board policies. Any questions about that? Move on. Which gets us to policy DEC, executive sessions and open meetings. This policy establishes the basic structure for conducting executive sessions in accordance with the FOIA, or Freedom of Information Act.
Hold on a second. I think I might be missing something.
Are you missing BEC?
So BEBA, where it says public hearing,
Oh, yes. Okay, you do not have a copy in there? Because I'm not recommending that we adopt that policy. BEBA is covered in
okay.
BE.
Got
And
it.
so the South Carolina School Board Association is recommending that we leave BE as is. It covers all of that.
It does.
Okay, so sorry, that's why
I
you
just-
don't have that page.
Just want to make sure.
Thank you.
All right, so BEC.
So I'm not recommending you adopt this policy. That's why you do not have BEBA.
So the BEBA, where it says public hearings on that outline, is already covered in the policy we just went over.
Exactly.
So you can cross out on your outline, the BEBA, because there is no policy, it's already inside of that one. Okay.
Okay, so now, are we all at BEC? Okay. BEC deals with executive session and open meetings. This policy establishes the basic structure for conducting executive sessions in accordance with FOIA. Both Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 had these policies in effect as written. It is my recommendation as written. Which gets us to BEDA, Board Meeting Notification. This policy establishes the basic structure for board and public notification of board meetings, including when meeting materials would be given to the board. Bamberg 1 and 2 had this policy in place as written. I'm recommending that the board adopt it as written. BTB, Board agendas. This policy establishes the basic structure for board preparation of and adherence to its meeting agendas. Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 had this policy in place. However, it is my recommendation that where you get into the second paragraph for option, that we select 10, as we had before. Meeting notices to be given, the board agenda must be given 10 days to the district office. 10 days prior to a meeting. And that we strike the second option in that paragraph, the italicized words, as we discussed earlier in the meeting tonight. Any questions about that? Okay.
Madam Chairman, I think I have a question. I think it's on another one, 9CC maybe. There was a request for something to be put on the agenda to be received by the superintendent's office by 5 p.m. I was wondering, doesn't the office close at 4?
It does, but
Well,
we're here.
Okay. I would have a disgruntled person coming and there's nobody there for some time. But anyway.
But we can change it to 4, if that is the board's desire.
I'm not sure where it's at. I think it's on 9C.
We're at
Yeah, tell
I
us
mean,
what page you saw that. See the 24 hours?
Which page is it on?
Okay, it's on public participation at meetings, it's BEDH, and it's in the second section, agenda items.
Oh,
So
we haven't gotten
We
to
haven't
that.
gotten there yet.
But, no, but,
Yeah.
Okay, we're not there yet. Okay, so,
but it, yeah.
okay. So,
All right, so BEDB, the recommendation was 10, and then strike the italicized option.
mhm,
All right, so we ready?
mhm,
Which gets us to BEDG.
mm-mm. What's up with BE? We have a BEDC
Yes.
forum? Is that
I'm sorry.
already covered? Because,
BEDC
uh-huh.
was a policy that Bamberg School District 2 had,
Okay,
but that is covered in BE, policy BE. So I'm not recommending we pass a separate policy about a forum. That's already discussed in the previous policies about board meetings.
okay. Okay,
And as you can see, it says we do not recommend adopting this policy as the information is already in policy BE, and it is.
okay.
All right?
Mhm.
So BEDF, voting methods at board meetings.
Mhm.
This policy establishes the basic structure for voting at board meetings.
So we need to strike the second sentence where it says no secret ballots will be used except when electing board officers. And since we're talking about transparency and we said that we would do a voice vote on all of that, then that needs to, we can just leave it at no secret ballots will be used. Because there is no, we're not going to utilize secret ballots when we're electing board officers. That's what we said we would not do for the sake of transparency.
So leave it as
No, we need to remove that little
that whole
piece.
last sentence.
Except, yeah.
Yeah, we can actually remove the whole sentence if the board is comfortable with that. So that last sentence under the first
Okay.
paragraph, other than that, I didn't see a problem.
All right, we're good? So moving on to BEDG, minutes of board meetings. This policy establishes the basic structure for maintaining a record of business conducted at board meetings in accordance with FOIA. And in it, there is down in the 1, 2, 3, 4 bullet, first line. I am recommending that we strike, will be limited to X number of pages front and back. We currently don't limit pages when things are requested by FOIA. We typically comply with FOIA.
So how will that read?
The public agenda absent exceptional and special circumstances as determined by the board chair, comment, and must be presented in writing to the board's recording secretary.
Okay,
Strike will be limited to
got it.
pages front and back.
Okay.
We ready?
Mhm.
Which gives us to BEDH. BEDH is 2 pages. It is dealing with public participation at meetings. This policy establishes the basic structure for public participation at board meetings. All right. Bamberg 1 had a revision to this, and it had an attached administrative rule that basically just repeated BEDH. So I'm recommending that we pass policy BEDH as it is presented here with these 2 pages and without that additional administrative rule. But however, if you look down into the agenda items, it is my recommendation, Ms. Hurst, that we strike, that we change no later than 5 p.m. to 4 p.m. to match the operating hours of the district office.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Hurst. Good idea. And that under the option that again, we circled the 10th working day to coincide with what we recommended in the previous section. And then at the last paragraph underneath agenda items, beginning with public participation will not exceed, I recommend that we insert between exceed and 30, that we insert public participation will not exceed a total of 30 minutes.
That is really said.
And this is why, I mean, currently Bamberg District 1 had a time limit of 5 minutes for public, 3 to 5 minutes, I believe it was on public participation. Denmark had 15 minutes, and so just bringing it up, let's just do a total of public participation, a total of 30 minutes will be devoted to that section of the meeting.
Are you gonna limit individual speakers?
I think that's kind of in there, where it says the chair reserves the right to limit the discussion. I think, so,
You can cut them off?
yeah, well, if we have a number of people, let's say we have several people that are
Right.
signing up, so we have, that's kind of
So
discretionary.
you'll do the math when you look
Right,
and see?
when I look and see.
All right.
If there's 10 speakers signed up, and it's a total of 30 minutes, they get 3 minutes
So,
apiece.
and you got 30, sweetheart, you got all night, 30.
Yeah,
Take it off.
He's got 2 minutes.
John says 2. Okay.
And again, you know, it's the board's discretion. I was just recommending we add that a total of. But if you want to raise or lower to 30
We
minutes.
like
that's
that.
sure. Okay,
Leave it at
Well,
your
yeah.
discretion.
all right. Which gets us to policy BEDI. News media services at board meetings. This policy establishes the basic structure for news media notification of and attendance at board meetings. Both Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 have this policy in place as written, and I'm recommending that we consolidated board pass it as written. Okay. BEDL, board members and electronic communications. This policy establishes the basic structure for electronic communications of board members, including such communications during board meetings. I'd like to note here that neither Bamberg 1 nor Bamberg 2 had this policy in place currently. However, given the times that we're in, and lots of things are done by electronic communications through emails, that kind of thing, I think that it would be wise for the school board, it's my recommendation that you do adopt this policy. However, where the option is listed in the middle and in italics, that we strike that option, just the italics wording, as it is not needed. You've all been granted that already. That's the district email account to use. All right? Any questions? And we're now up to BEDM. Again, it continues electronic participation in, it deals with electronic participation in board meetings. This policy establishes the basic structure for electronic participation in board meetings. Neither Bamberg 1 nor Bamberg 2 had this policy in place. However, given that we're living in the age of technology, I am recommending, and the School Board Association is recommending, that we adopt this policy as written. Question? Discussion?
Would that include, that a board member couldn't be at an important meeting? In the second paragraph, it says board members participating electronically will be able to simultaneously hear and speak to the full board. So that makes me think it would apply to a single board member who could not be there.
Absolutely, it does. And of course, with COVID, lots of school boards ran into that situation, as did we. So thus, it is a recommendation that you adopt a policy to address instances when that's necessary. All right, moving on. BEDN, board members' use of district-owned portable devices. This policy establishes the basic structure for the use of district-owned portable devices, if applicable. Again, we're in the age of technology, and I'm recommending the board policy as written.
Matt?
Yes.
The newly elected members will be offered a portable device when they're elected to the board.
To adopt this policy.
And what kind of portable device?
That could be a cell phone, a laptop, any of those devices. Any other? Want to move on? Ms. Bamford stepped out. Do we want to wait on her for a second or move on?
If you don't mind, let's just give her just a second.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks.
Get some bigger bowl of keys. Yeah.
Can you roll over to the refrigerator and grab a Coca-Cola for me?
Bud Light.
Yeah. You got one?
What flavor do you want?
The one in the red can right there.
Good? No. What do you get for?
Wait a minute, now there's only one Coke and then we gotta share it.
Or do you want?
Thank you, sir.
I'll get you.
No, I thought she was.
What you
Yeah, we will.
Careful now. Don't leave us.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all for coming.
Y'all had too much fun.
Thank you.
Gotta make sure Beverly didn't go home.
He's right there, he's coming. We didn't know if you went home or not.
So better make sure you didn't go home. Everybody else went.
All right, so you ready? We are now at BEDN, board members' use of district-owned portable devices. When we were discussing this, Ms. Bamford, this policy establishes the basic structure for use of district-owned portable devices if applicable. And again, I'm recommending this policy as written because it deals with use of confidentiality and information shared on portable devices. All right. Which gets us to policy on the chart is BEE. However, Bamberg 1 had this policy in place, Bamberg 2 did not, but I did not include the actual policy in your handbook, in your policy copies. I am not recommending that we adopt this policy because it's redundant. The information that was contained in the BEE policy that Bamberg 1 had in place is all covered in policy BE. Which gets us to policy BG-BGD-R. Everybody with me?
Mhm.
All right. So this policy establishes the basic structure for the development of board policy and board review of administrative rules. I'm recommending that the BG-BGD we adopt as written. BGD-R to adopt as written.
All right, you said adopt BGD,
And then BD-BDD-R / Okay? Which gets us to BGF, suspension, repeal of policy. You do not have this page in your handouts because BGF was a policy that was in place for Bamberg School District 2. But I'm not recommending adoption of this policy because the information in BGF that Bamberg 2 had in place is already covered in BGD. And it would have been redundant. Which gets us to BIA, BIB. New member orientation, board member development opportunities. This policy establishes the basic structure for the training mandated for all newly elected board members and for continuous development opportunities for the board. Both Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 already had this policy in place, and I'm recommending it as written. Which gets us to BID, board member compensation and expenses. Again, this policy establishes the basic structure for board per diem and payment of board expenses for authorized travel. Both Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 had this policy in place. However, the per diems were different. The board has already established a per diem for board pay. That was established in your second or third board meeting. I'm recommending that we pass the policy with Jessica filling in the already previously board agreed upon salaries for each board member, and we will spell those out.
Okay, Chairman, I have a question. This is a vocabulary word, board members receive no compensation. We actually are compensated, and we are paid a per diem for attendance. I think that the first part of that sentence is inaccurate.
So would the pay be considered per diem or is it considered compensation? And then when you're dealing with per diem, if we're traveling to training,
Right.
is that considered per diem or how does that need to be looked at or studied?
You are paid per diem for attendance for each board meeting?
No. See, it reads that board members receive no compensation for their services, but they're paid a per diem for attendance at meetings. And so is that worded properly?
It's not. And that's why I said that you have already agreed how you're going to be paid. Your
Right.
monthly amounts for the board chair, for the vice chair, and for each board member.
Right.
It is my recommendation that you adopt the board, but let Ms. Moody type in exactly what you voted on in the previous board meeting for
Right.
your pay rate.
And I think, Madam Chairman, if we just delete no in front of compensation, that would be fine.
That would,
Well, I mean, and that's fine, or she can
What'd you
word it.
say?
I mean, we have the
I
legislation
don't
that,
think we should say we get no compensation.
I agree, because it's not true. I mean, I agree with that.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
okay, and this one, let Jessica retype this and reword it, because remember, like Mr. Borky and I said earlier, you're gonna have a second reading.
Right.
So at the second reading, we'll have it typed
Okay.
as to specifically how you voted on in the previous board meeting for each board
Right,
member's
okay,
pay.
okay.
Okay? So it's my recommendation we adopt the policy, but with that wording that you previously agreed on.
and leave the italics.
all that italics will change to how Jessica works it, to how you work, read to each one of you will be paid and the amount that you will be paid.
Got it.
Okay? Thank you. All right, which leads us to BIE, Board Member Insurance and Liability. This policy establishes the basic structure for maintenance of liability insurance and defense of such claims. Both Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 had this policy in place, and I'm recommending it as written. Policy BJ and BJR and BJE all go together. These policies are board legislative policies, board legislative programs. These policies establishes and clarifies the advocacy role of the board. It includes language that empowers the superintendent to address legislative issues and role of board in advocating for public education. Both Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 had these policies in place, and I'm recommending that we adopt these as a county board as written.
That was just BJ and BJR, not BJE.
Is BJ, then BJ/R, and then BJ/E.
I don't
Because
see any.
the advocacy calendar is included.
Oh, just calendar, okay,
Is
okay,
attached.
okay, I got you.
You with me?
I'm with you now.
All of it deals with the advocacy, and that BJE is the advocacy calendar.
I got you.
You normally attend those functions. And BJE is actually 2 pages
I got you.
with that calendar, which, last one, BJ. Board membership and professional associations. This policy establishes the basic structure for board membership in associations. Both Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 had this policy in place, and I'm recommending that the county board adopt this policy as written. So, that, I'm recommending asking the board to take action on adopting the policies, which will discuss changes and rewording. Consider for first reading, keeping in mind that we will make the changes and revisions and bring back the revised copies for second reading.
Okay.
Again, Madam Chairman, I move that we approve the first reading of the board policies outlined in the agenda with the additions and amendments mentioned.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor that we approve these policies as they were outlined on the agenda as a first reading with the changes and amendments as necessary and as discussed. And we have a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, if you're in favor of this, please signal by saying aye. Aye. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the ayes have it, and the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are now down to, we did item number 10. I'm sorry, we're on item number 10, which is discussion of committee for board policies.
Yes.
You want to enlighten them?
Sure. So, what we just experienced is what it's like to go through these board policies as they come to us in draft state, with me facilitating the board policies and the proposed changes. So you all got to experience that. What I would like is for the board to discuss if you would like to entertain forming a committee to do the board policies preview and come with the committee coming back to the board with proposed changes in the future. Because there's several ways that we can do this. We can continue to do it just as we just did it, or the board may want to form a committee to go through the policies as they come in and to bring proposed changes to the board going forward.
So I'll open the floor up. What would you all like to do? We can, like she said, we can do this as they come in, and that would be monthly going forward, or we can form a committee that would actually get the policies in between, and then by the time we get to the board meeting, it would be simply recommendations.
But you still have to do 2 readings of the policies.
Right, correct.
But again, we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of board policies.
Correct.
That have to be reviewed, so I mean, I would suggest we do something with a, committee.
Y'all want to do a committee?
I'm sorry.
But I was saying that there's hundreds and policies, so it would probably be better to,
Committee,
yeah.
Madam Chair, committee.
A committee? We're all comfortable with the committee? Okay. So, obviously, this is going to require some time and meetings in between meetings in order to review and discuss the policies. So I'm looking at someone that would have the availability to do that. I know that you do. And I, of course, have the time, Ms. Bamberg or Mr. Holman. What are your thoughts?
Yes, I could.
Okay. Okay, so we have volunteers, which would be Mr. Holman, myself, and Ms. Bonaparte. So, Mr. Boykin, do we need to vote on that?
Generally, the chair has the prerogative of nominating or appointing, and if anyone objects, they can raise it and take it to a vote. But
Okay.
you don't have
Well,
to.
then I'm making the appointment that it be Mr. Holman, and I'll sit on it myself as well as Ms. Bonaparte. Yep, okay. That's a committee.
Thank you. Committee members, I will be in touch with you.
All right,
When the next set of policies
coming, okay.
Okay.
Next up, we have item number 11, which is the monthly financial report, and you have that in front of you, and you have also received it many days prior to today's meeting. You've had the opportunity to review it. What is the pleasure of the board with regards to the monthly financial report?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the report coming from Ms. Fur for the Finance Department.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second that accepts the financial report from Ms. Fur. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chairman, I just,
Yes.
the fencing at VHS and RCES, removal and installation of fencing, I was just curious about what that is.
Okay, can you tell us what page you're on?
It's on page 10.
Page 10? And Dr. Brown can talk about that, about the fencing.
Sure. So we had old fencing at Bamberg Earhart High School that needed to come down. And of course, fencing still was around the high school where the gates had broken, the latches had fallen off, the hinges had fallen off. We had fencing coming apart from the poles. We also had barbed wire at the top of fencing, and that's no longer allowed. So we are bringing our fencing up to code with South Carolina's regulations and replacing all that old fencing with new, and also some fencing at Richfield Elementary School had to be installed and replaced in accordance with code.
Any further discussion? Second.
No, she was back on page 10.
Okay. All right.
Has there been any information from Representative Bamberg about that $5 million?
Well, let's finish this
okay.
motion.
I didn't know if that
So
was-
is there any further discussion? Hearing none. If you're in favor of accepting this financial report, please signal by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the ayes have it, and the motion carries. And I know that I have not heard anything else about the $5 million. And no, we have no update at this point. We won't.
Don't let him forget it.
He won't. Okay, we are now down to item number 12, which is visitors' comments, and we have Mr. Ken Allen that has signed up. Mr. Allen?
Yeah, I promise you, it's not 30 minutes.
Okay. All
No,
right.
It's the question, really just schedule-wise, just so we can petition government. This is now falling on a county council meeting every single time. And it would be nice to participate at a county council meeting since it's countywide. But when you guys have it, now we're forced to pick and choose between, the school board or the county. So I would just say give maybe consideration to a different maybe day or time. You guys used to be the third week and you moved it right on top of county councils, Monday, 6 o'clock. So that's about it. That's the request. We just want to have the right to go pick at them sometimes too, Jan.
All right, Ken, thank you so much. All right, we are now down to item number 13, which has listed executive session. Board members, do we need to go into executive session? If so, I will entertain a motion to do so. Yes?
I would like to make a motion that we now go into executive session to discuss the information presented in this packet.
All right, we have a motion on the floor that we go into executive session to discuss the information that's in the packet, and we have a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, if you're in favor of moving into executive session, please signal by saying aye. Aye. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the ayes have it. We will move into executive session to discuss A, employment personnel. Number 1 would be personnel recommendations for hire. Number 2, personnel recommendations for resignation. Number 3, discussion of personnel release from employment. Number 4, discussion of compensation. Item letter B, discussion of release of students. Item letter C, contractual matters regarding, number 1, superintendent. Number 2, incidental to potential purchase of property. Item letter D, receipt of legal advice. We are now in executive session.
You all leave at one time, or?
Yes, on your way. Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that. So you've got, night,
You need thumbs up.
we're off.
You're off.
We are off.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you have. Okay, board members, I will entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that we come out of executive session.
All right, we have a motion to come out of executive session and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, if you're in favor of coming out of executive session, please signal by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the ayes have it, and we are now out of executive session, and we are down to item number 14, which is action on executive session items if needed.
Madam Chairman, I move that we approve personnel recommendation for hires for employees 1A through 1K.
Okay?
That we approve the personnel recommendation for resignation for employees 2A, B, and C. That we approve the breach of contract for employee 3A. That we approve the contract release for employee 3B. And that we approve the release of students B1 through B8.
All right, all, we have motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, if you're in favor of this, please signal by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the ayes have it. And before we move on to item number 15, I would just like to read a statement, please. On January 25th of 2022, this board was sworn in as the first Board of Trustees for the Bamberg County School District. Our task is to complete the process of consolidating the two school districts in Bamberg County. Fortunately, most of us were already involved in planning for consolidation, and even though we had two separate boards, we were working for the good of each school-age child in Bamberg County. In fact, when Bamberg 1 needed a superintendent, the Bamberg 1 Board trustees decided to hire an interim superintendent because they knew that consolidation was in the immediate future. Even though consolidation was less than 2 years away, Bamberg 1 conducted a broad search for a superintendent, considering applicants from across the state and even some from other states. From our search, Bamberg 1 selected Dr. Dottie Brown as the interim superintendent. Dr. Brown articulated a willingness to work with the board and the community to educate every child. Her dedication was recognized by both districts last year when Bamberg 1 and Bamberg 2 agreed to trust Dr. Brown with leading both districts a year before consolidation was to commence. It is important to Bamberg County that our consolidation efforts succeed, which is neither guaranteed nor automatic. All parties, especially superintendent, must be deliberate and intentional in making critical decisions that are in the best interest for the children of Bamberg County. Dr. Brown continues to show her dedication to a successful consolidation and knows Bamberg County well enough to lead our consolidation efforts with respect and support for everyone and all communities. She is working hard, and in my judgment, we should keep Dr. Brown in the role as superintendent of the consolidated district. While this board can conduct another search, I believe that our current leadership has earned the opportunity to continue in that role. So with that said, I will entertain a motion that we move forward to appoint Dr. Dottie Brown as the superintendent for the Bamberg County School District effective July 1st of 2022.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve Dr. Dottie Brown as the superintendent for Bamberg County School.
All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. If you're in favor of this motion, please signal by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the ayes have it and the motion carries. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
make a motion that we adjourn this meeting.
We have a motion on the floor that we adjourn the meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. If you're in favor of adjourning this meeting, please signal by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the ayes have it. This meeting is adjourned.